Good morning, everybody. We are on day 12 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I do not know who is set to take the stand today, but every day has been very informative. Lots of questions with this case. I've been going back and watching other trial days to get caught up on the evidence that's been presented. One of the things that I want to go back and cover as soon as I get a chance is the testimony of the first responding officers versus the testimony of the husband. It's quite interesting to hear and compare what they both have to say. I think that is probably where the questions started. A lot of people are asking, why are people not just going with the narrative that Lindsay killed her children and that's just it? We're just going through this trial for that. The questions start there, I believe. Then when you look at her injuries versus what they're saying happened to her, there's questions there. Then when you look at the timeline of events that they claim happened, there's a lot of holes and questions there. So for now, we're just streaming the trial today. I'm just going to stream this all day. I'm not going to be available after 10 a.m. Eastern time. But I will be back and I have the evening free. So I'm going to come on this evening and either break some of this down, or I also have some Idaho 4 stuff I want to go over. Maybe we'll do a mashup. We'll see. But so this morning, just streaming the trial, enjoy the chat, talk to each other, analyze what's being said in court, and we'll break it down later. Good morning, G-Bean. Thank you. Christina Fortunato. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Another whole day. I know. This is like rehearsal if we ever get an Idaho 4 trial. Oh my gosh. If we get an Idaho 4 trial, we will be on the computer like 24/7. I'm just going to warn my family. Don't ask me for anything. I will be on the computer 24/7. So, also, while we're waiting for this to start, it should be starting any minute. The Keefe D trial, they're just doing jury selection right now, but oh my gosh, I think people are like shaking in their boots about what is going to be said at the hearing because Keefe D was giving interviews like crazy. He's like, I didn't write that book. I didn't have anything to do with that book because that book's going to get him in big, big trouble. Then Suge Knight came out, and first he was like, I'm not testifying. And then he just did an interview. I think I posted it on the community page. He's like, I'm going to testify and this needs to come out into the air. And he said that the book that Keefe D supposedly co-authored is what got his immunity taken away. So that's interesting. And then I just saw a headline today that the diddler, we'll just call him that, Puffy Sean Combs, he might be testifying. I don't know what is going on. How can he be testifying? Put him on the stand as a culprit, right? Allegedly. Yeah, can you imagine if Brian gets a trial? Oh my gosh. So, all right, this should be coming on any second. Man, if you guys, I know a lot of people don't like TikTok, but TikTok is on fire with this case. From everything from people who have actually worked at the hospitals that they are putting on the stand as witnesses, like people that have worked at those places, like calling them out. They're on TikTok. people who are discovering inconsistencies with testimony. There's some really great people on there that have figured some things out. And then what TikTok is famous for is the like viral, oh my gosh, the things that they are doing with that defense attorney are hilarious. Making him seem like, the GOAT and just how wonderful of a job. Speaking of the defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, so I've learned some information about him. He is married to a nurse, you guys. His wife is a nurse. So can you imagine the insight that his wife has been giving him? And I just watched an interview this morning about him from him. It was during the summer, before July, and they must have been having like pre-trial hearings, and he would come out, he would stand at the podium, he would talk, and I thought, huh, how come Ann Taylor never did that? Well, I know there was a gag order. Okay. And then that's question number one. Why was there a gag order? Because this man came out to the podium, he spoke openly to the press. He had Lindsay's mom and dad there with him. That story is tragic. They were with her. Here we go. Anyways, Kevin Reddington.
This court is now in session. Please be seated. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, you guys, enjoy the chat.
We have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So before we get going, let me talk to counsel about today's schedule and kind of where we go. So if I could see everybody's sidebar, please.
Of course, here we go with a sidebar right away. Man, I know there's a controversy over there's a TikToker that they want to have on. So I don't know if that's something that they're discussing again. They discussed it yesterday. And the judge had to make a decision. So I don't know if they're discussing that or whatever. But back to Kevin Reddington. A lot of people were saying he was pro bono, but then I also saw people discussing how there should be like a fundraising, a GoFundMe or something for Lindsay's family, because they said her family like spent all their retirement, refinanced their house, all this stuff, but that could be for her care. I don't know. I'm not sure all about that, like with the financial part of it, but just if you get a chance to listen to Kevin Reddington just come out of the hearings and speak, he's just such a, I don't know. I wouldn't call him charming because it's not like fake charming, just down to earth. Like the press was like, where do we stand today? And he was like, at the such and such courthouse. Like just a very witty, clever, guy. So I love also the way he's handling the trial. As you watch this, he's very intentional. I was watching back, like I said, when the first responder was on the stand, and they were starting to make the first responder look at the photos of the kids, and he immediately said, I'm not objecting, but we, I don't know what the word is, not speculate, stipulate. Like we stipulate to those, there's no argument here. So in other words, like, don't put this man, he didn't say this, but this is what he was implying. Like, you don't have to go through all those photos and make him look at those. Like, there's no argument here. We, just admit them. And, that could be twofold. Like, we don't want to keep showing the devastating images of the children in the crime scene, probably to rile up the emotions about that as a defense. But also, I think he's saving trial time. He's saving the first responder from having to do that. That was interesting. So, yeah. While we're waiting, I did set a goal for today, and I feel bad that I'm not in here to interact as much as I want to today, but I have a FOIA request that is out there. They said the next 2 weeks. They told me, because I'll wait when I put in. I've put in these 2 FOIA requests. They both got approved. I paid the deposit for both of them, and one is for Kaylee's teaching supervisor, and one is for an ex of Maddie's. Which some of us were speculating that it was like that high school boyfriend, but I recently heard there was someone. Oh, remember the whole when they were at the Moyer's house and they interviewed everybody, and the brother of Madison Moyer, however you say their last name, he was like, my sister is the ex of Maddie's ex. I think that's him, you guys. I think that's him. And I don't know if anybody knows that name, but I think that's the interview that I'm getting. Yes, G Bean. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's the one that I paid $118. So supposedly it's supposed to be another $118, but Logan was like, she gave me a number amount. She goes, I bet they're going to come back. I think it was like $178 or something. She's like, let me know if I'm close. So what I was saying was, I'll wait like a few weeks and then I'll send them an email and say, can you give me an update? Where does this stand? And the last thing they told me was that this week, right now that we're in, they were going to be short staffed and that there were 4 ahead of me. So next week, fingers crossed, I'm hoping. So yeah, moderators in the chat, just if you could throughout the day, maybe put a reminder in the chat about that. That would be wonderful. And they have not given me a timeline yet on the Kaylee teaching supervisor one. So yeah, waiting for that. All right. Kaleidohope. Hello. Sasshole Master. Love that name. So I've just been giving a little chit chat updates about various things. Anyone who's listening, I'm streaming this trial today. Don't know who's going to be on the stand, but whoever's on the stand, we're getting information. I think I'm about wore out listening to all her medication and her treatment and everything. I think they really hit that home yesterday, but we'll see. Aunt TT knows. Hello, we have a TT here in our house. How much are the FOIAs? So every FOIA is different because they will tell you an estimate of like how much time they think they're going to have to spend redacting the information. So the one that I paid, and then they'll tell you, they'll come back with a price that is just a deposit, and the deposit is half of what the total price is going to be. And I have all the information. I usually post it on my community post. These 2 I have not yet. I will. $118 is the one that I paid.
So we sent to the jury.
So it should be another like $100 and some for the rest of it. Thank you for asking. Here we go. I'm gonna get off the screen.
I don't think I made that mistake.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. All right. So we'll get to the questions. First question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, great. Thank you for following those instructions. Today, we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. The anticipation is that we will go probably similar to we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as a schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Come on, we call Daniel Lawler to the stand.
Once I start right there, raise your right hand.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you submit to the court and the jury and the outcome of the Commonwealth and the defendant's trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
All right, good morning, sir.
Going on.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawler,
And where are you employed?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant,
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time, there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay. And were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those two units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the response unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Mafia and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve the defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay, all right.
As far as, Sergeant Lola, as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Mafia from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. Showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 223.
Thank you.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at Social Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
224.
Thank you.
Just showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Appears to be a woman's bra, correct?
Correct.
Cut down the middle,
Yes.
and it has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
225.
All right, thank you.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Callan Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say, there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this.
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property.
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the State Police Detectives Unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the State Police Detective Unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you could take a look at them so they look familiar to you.
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle.
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No,
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
it could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well.
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room or was she in like an open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door.
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No. No.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper?
Yes, sir.
You assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To South Shore Hospital.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and, quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing in her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say.
Bitterly,
Yeah.
in your experience.
Yes.
Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. And if there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, you went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yep. So when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located. And then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but the crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement or the finished basement that there was an area that was an office or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? Two of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belong to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
In the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date. I was
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
she was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right. And she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get
Right.
up there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order. And that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So I mean, it's just you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this? All right, so members of the jury, like I said to you, I think a couple of weeks ago, sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit longer than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. No folks on chairs. This way, please.
Session, please be seated.
All right, so counsel, what we're gonna do is we'll have it, just so the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down perhaps as an investigator or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I imagine it probably would have been him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily
Conversation, Lindsay communicated The facts are trick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and right?
Yes. She had told Patrick on the voices. Logan.
McKellar.
Attorney Buckingham.
Anything about a theory. Did you? Had a conversation with the prosecutor. Anything that you conversation with another trooper testimony today. That incident after you leaving or husband, do you?
No.
All the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, if I may just-
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay?
Court, all rise.
All right, please.
purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see your sidebar?
Court, all right. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that, we're going to return to the cross-examination. Mr. Reddington.
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. did you talk to McGilligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McGilligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. She was still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember whether her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2 though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there. Is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital? You mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find.
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McGilligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zeisel was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospital. That's it, right?
Objection.
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Letitia Dukes as its next witness, please.
Good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Letitia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
How do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And When you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then that it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or their concerns for their safety for some reason.
And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mentioned December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December. So that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
Okay. And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
Do they have a copy?
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do. I could.
Do you have a blank copy?
Well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. It just has a name.
I can approach page by page.
All right,
It's fine.
sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the record, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can speak that when we're
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay. So did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page, page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was cheerful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also in this assessment assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes,
And why is it significant?
because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes,
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
yes,
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
no,
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct?
Yes.
And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No,
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure, take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend, she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
Kind of like the same report that she gave to crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam
Yes.
on that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing the note.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping. So we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did she want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second. Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right?
Yes.
And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she was at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis? Care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Was that, had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing. Hold on. So yes, she reported like continued suicidal ideation at the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Thank you. That visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, Did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
No.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13 at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What does it say 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers, but the one I gave her has. It's December 19th.
Okay.
The last page of her notes.
It's this one here, then, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
there
Okay.
should be 3 pages. What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure. There's 4 notes.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police section to have our safety?
Hold on, go ahead. Last that and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engaged with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you
Yes.
as what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, we can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes, okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Please, please.
I can see what you were referring to.
Yeah, I just have to put them back together because they're a little out of order.
So we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.